Good morning, everyone. If we can start taking our seats, it is free seating for the day, so disregard the cards in front of you. Just sit wherever you can find space. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you, and we are very pleased to see you all here today, and I thank you for joining us on this International Women's Day Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress event. It is an honor for me to be here as your MC for this exciting occasion. The program for today will start with the welcoming remarks from the IMO Secretary General, and a short video from WMU and IMLI female students. We will then proceed to the main session, which is the panel discussion, followed by an opportunity for questions and answers, and then the closing. To begin the proceedings, it is my great pleasure to invite the Secretary General of the IMO, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, for his opening remarks. You have the floor.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, friends. I'm not going to say Happy International Women's Day because it's tomorrow. We're celebrating it today because we are hosting a subcommittee meeting tomorrow, and we take the opportunity to have the delegates here with us as well. But before I proceed with the commemoration of the International Women's Day, it's with great sadness and concern that I've been following the horrific reports on the casualties of the vessel True Confidence following an attack on the ship southwest of Aden in Yemen yesterday. And it's the first time that we have casualties in one of these attacks. So I first want to extend my deepest condolences and those of the entire IMO family, of those who have lost their lives, and our thoughts are also with those who have been injured. Innocent seafarers should never be collateral victims. I want to take this opportunity also to appreciate the efforts of all the ships in the area that assisted the vessel, and in particularly its crew. We all need to do more to protect seafarers, and I call on every single one of you and on every country to redouble the efforts in order to protect seafarers, to protect shipping, and to find solutions to the current situation. And that's what I will continue to call for collective actions to fortify the safety of those who serve at sea. Coming back to the International Women's Day, which will be celebrated tomorrow, the day has been marked for over 100 years, and the first gathering was held in 1911, providing a focal point for women's rights movement, and a day set aside to recognize the contribution and achievement of women. Many issues are important to IMO, and as you know, I have made diversity, including gender equality, one of my priorities, and I am counting on your support to transform the maritime sector. The first thing is to lead by example. For participating in any panels or round tables unless this gender representation is respected. Another example is the composition of my senior management team, comprised of directors from divisions of the organization, and ensuring a balanced gender representation. And I call on the maritime community to also follow my example in this regard. Internally, our cross-divisional gender and diversity group is working on revising the current strategy that we have and an action plan that will support the attainment of gender parity within the Secretariat and enhance mainstream gender in the Secretariat's work, including the delivery of our projects and programs. The theme of the International Women's Day this year is Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. And it conveys the key message that women and girls deserve more investment. Investment in opportunities, times, resources, and through expanding access for education, training, mentorship, and other initiatives to truly reach transformative solutions to our common goals. Regarding the investment in people, including mentorship, you will hear today about the IMO Gen program to mentor female students from World Maritime University, WMU, and for the International Law Maritime Institute, IMLI. I urge all of you to come forward as mentors. I can tell you that I mentored 2 students last year, and I'm already committed to mentoring 2 more students this year. And if I can find the time to be part of the solution and share my knowledge and experience through this initiative, I am convinced that you can do the same. And I will be asking the IMO Gen members to share the list of the mentors with me. You can read that any way you want. These investments will allow us not only to advance gender equality, but also to unlock the sector's full potential for innovation and growth, addressing long-standing challenges such as skills and labor shortages, as well as contributing to the long-term sustainability and resilience of the maritime sector as a whole. At IMO, we continue to invest in a Women in Maritime program, providing and enhancing the skills and careers of women from across the world. The impact of our flagship program is felt throughout the industry, with many of the graduates from a maritime training institutes and members of Women in Maritime Association in places and positions of prominence. We're committed to mainstream gender considerations in our work and to making the maritime industry a safer and attractive profession for all. Nonetheless, based on the study that we undertook in cooperation with WISTA, women account for only 29% of the overall workforce in the general industry and 20% of the workforce of national maritime authorities in member states. When we look at the numbers of female seafarers, this is even smaller. We need to do better. We must intensify our efforts if these figures are to improve. And I look to each and every one of you, to the member states, to the industry, and to all colleagues to join in the efforts to accelerate progress in this critical endeavor for the industry. I would like to conclude by wishing you all a fruitful discussion. I in particular look forward to listening to real life stories and how those challenges have been overcome and the opportunities from those experiences. And allow me to pick a quote from Frances Wright, an early women's rights advocate and a social reformer. Equality is the soul of liberty. There is, in fact, no liberty without it. I wish you a happy International Women's Day tomorrow. Thank you very much.
you very much, Secretary General, for those opening remarks. Before we commence the discussion, I would like to present two short videos from female students from WMU and IMLI, who also share the spirit of International Women's Day. Ms. Faith Maraga from WMU and Ms. Mame Ndela Feye from IMLI have shared their videos voicing their wishes and hopes in the context of this very important day.
Hello everyone, my name is Faith Maraga. I am from Kenya and I'm pursuing my master's degree at the World Maritime University, studying shipping management and logistics. On International Women's Day, I am pleased to share my thoughts on the theme, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. Investing in women accelerates progress in every aspect of society. By providing equal access to education, we unlock the potential of every girl to contribute to her community and economy. Additionally, economic empowerment through employment and entrepreneurship benefits women and also drives sustainable development and growth. My wish for the future includes breaking down barriers to leadership because representation enables women to bring diverse perspectives to decision-making processes, leading to more inclusive and efficient outcomes. Investing in women is not just a moral imperative. It's a strategic investment in the future. Societies that prioritize women empowerment are more prosperous, stable, and resilient. By untying the full potential of women, we create a ripple effect that benefits everyone. Let us commit to investing in women, which will lead to creating a world where every woman and girl can thrive and fulfill her aspirations. Together, we can accelerate progress towards more just, equitable, and inclusive future. I respectfully submit to you that women today, women tomorrow, we are special and unique people. Happy International Women's Day.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mamdela Faye and I'm from Senegal. I'm an IMLI student for the year 2023-2024. On this very special day, a day of freedom, equality, and human dignity, I would like to salute the contribution and of all women throughout the world for the leading roles and mission they have carried out throughout history. And I hope on this day that you know your worth, your value, and that your hard work is very much appreciated. Well, as we all may know, the maritime industry for a while has been a male-dominated sector. But so this inclusivity is still a challenge as of today. And that can be explained in some places due to the cultural obstacles as well as structural and workplace conditions that make the women think that it is not for them. It is not a job or a career that they look forward to. And in other places, it is because most of them don't know about the maritime sector or what this industry has to offer. So that's why what I think mostly is that it will be important for them to see themselves being represented in places of visibility that will open their eyes into the many opportunities that lies within this industry. As an IMO scholar myself, I'm very much grateful for the opportunity that I have been given to come study here at IMLI, where I had the occasion to meet a lot of different experts in this field, and truly my view has been broadened. I hope that for many generations of women to come, this support will prevail. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Rara, Senior Maritime Advisor, to the stage, well, to have the microphone, rather. Rara will serve as the moderator for today's discussion. Rara, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mariana. Good morning, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to serve as your moderator today, and you have seen two videos from WMU and IMLI female students, which I hope can trigger the discussion, and I hope it will give you an entry point for the discussion in the context of gender equality and women empowerment, which is our main topic of discussion today. And I have with me distinguished speakers on the podium today. I am sure many of you already know our speakers today, but for you who haven't able to know them, allow me to introduce them. I have next to me Mrs. Maria Dixon. Currently, she is the CEO of ISM Shipping, and she has over 43 years experience in maritime industry. Her career began in 1980 at the Consulate of Panama in London as shipping clerk, rising to the head of shipping in 1990. Maria is the past president and member of WISTA UK and a founder of WISTA International. And on my left, we have Ms. Gina Panayutu, and she is the founder and CEO of the ESG consultancy, Oceans Arena, and has also founded and chairs the World ESG Forum. She has been appointed as UK Ambassador of the Sea Trade Maritime Club, sits on the board of WISTA UK as a secretary, co-chairs the WISTA International Environment Committee, and is the G100 UK chair for sustainable brand creation. And we have in this podium as well our distinguished speaker from IMO Gender Network. She's also the alternate permanent representative from Liberia. I know you already know her. And she was the former co-coordinators for IMO Gender Network. And next to Gina, we have Mr. Peter Broadhurst. And because we realize that in the effort of fostering gender equality and women empowerment, it's not only about women. We need to have also men on board in this effort. That's why we invite Mr. Broadhurst to this podium. And he has over 35 years experience in the maritime industry. Peter began his career at sea as a radio officer, and before joining Inmarsat in 2014 as the Senior Vice President of Safety Services. He is also the ambassador for the Sailor Society, acting president of CIRM, and is also the board of the WMU. And I'm happy to share that we will hear from them their perspective from different dimensions. And without further ado, allow me to turn my first question to Maria. Maria, you have over 43 years in maritime sectors, working in both government and private sectors. Are there differences on working in government and private sector, and what do you think should be improved?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Many of you know me as the no seafarer, no shipping, no shopping woman. And yes, indeed, it has been, this year will be 44 years in shipping. And to answer the question of how you can see the difference of working for a government registry and for a private sector, it took me a long time, because in the Consulate of Panama in London, we are not just a civil servant office. We are a machine of making things happening and quick. And our mentality is like business mentality, because the people who come to get their documents done, their registration done, their mortgages registered. They need to have it done quickly. You cannot just say, well, come on Wednesday, when you have to pay your seller for the ship that you are buying, and the bank would not give you that money unless the mortgage is registered by the consulate. So the pressure is always there. So yes, there is a lot of differences, but also the pressure is more or less the same. I have a list of bullets that, if I may go ahead,
Yes.
and I have divided in different categories. One of them is from the personal point of view. In a government, you have a large manpower specializing in specific topics or subjects. You also have a lack of personnel specializing ultra new technologies. For instance, at the moment, maritime cybersecurity or artificial intelligence. I would like to know how many registries in the world are on top of the line in these subjects. Therefore, innovations do not catch up in the flag state as quickly as in the private sector or even in the academia. From the legal aspects, you have three other points that I think they are important. One is that the personnel working in a registry, they have the opportunity to participate in the drafting of new national laws and regulations in order to incorporate the new IMO instruments. Here, you prepare all the instruments, you even give us the templates of how to do things. But when you go back home, certain things that you have done since, they cannot be done there in that way. So that opportunity in drafting is there. You also have the opportunity to learn and to train in new laws and regulations before they are actually implemented, because you have to make sure that everything is prepared to take it to the parliament or to the assembly to be approved as a national law. So that group that works with that are exposed to something that nobody else has. And of course, the third and most important point is the constant reviewing of legislation and then creating new services when needed. Creating, for instance, when the IMO passed the resolution in which the armed guards were approved to be on board ships, all the flag states started regulations to regulate how those armed guards were going to serve on board their ships. Questions became like police, navy, defense, arms, how you are going to do the arms, how you are going to create a department to regulate that. That became also as a part of a new business because they have created a new infrastructure for that subject, and they will have to create a tax to be autosufficient to pay for that extra expense. So this is something that I see as the difference on a legal aspect in a registry. Then you have the technologies. In a registry, you have the opportunity to continue training. They send you to continue training because you have to have a response. And also you have the opportunity to learn the ISO standards and services, including auditing, because nowadays most of the registries, they have ISO standards and they have to be, as from the voluntary IMO auditing, they have to also have ISO standards approval, and they have to comply with IMO and with their own national legislation, which that things didn't happen in the past. The financial aspects in a registry are also very important, especially when you have registries that they are government, pure government, or they are private companies, or they are mixed. I am going to talk from the point of view of pure government, like is Panama. And the financial aspects that, in a way, help or attack a registry is that when a system is finally approved, when you have already gone through 3 readings in the assembly to be able to change all the computers in your shipping department, and they are all approved, the moment you switch it on, they are obsolete. You have to start again. and it takes us another 3 days, another 3 years to go back to a new set. So this is something that they have to constantly battling, how to approve and to keep abreast of the new technologies. They have budget restrictions and limitations. They cannot replace equipment, they cannot replace anything, even a chair, without authorization, without a written piece of paper in which says that you can do that, or because it's in a inventory belonging to the National Treasury. So the restrictions are superb. So it's not only just registering a vessel and give you a paper so you can go. It's all the paperwork that you have in the background to be able to give you that document. Good things that you have in a registry is that is an equal gender pay, because when you are sitting by level, they don't see if you are a man or a woman. They say level 3 will earn so much. However, government tend to pay less than the private sector. Also, the excellent and respected judicial security for banks and financial institutions is a comfort in which a certain flag is accepted and widely known because of the robust guarantees that the government, the country, give to a bank for a mortgage. To finish, in comparison with the actual private company, so then I don't go alone. You have the client's benefits. You have a network. You have a multilingual, because you have all these offices and all the diplomatic offices. When they speak the language of the country, they speak English, and they will have the local knowledge. They also will have an efficiency and Swiss report and response to clients, and they are open to new markets and to industries to benefit the user. I don't think I really need to mention the difference with a private sector, but if you need to, I'm quite happy to let you have it later on, so I don't take time from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. That is a very interesting point of the observation on personal legal technologies, financial aspect, clients, and benefits. And I would like to pose my next question actually to Gina, because we had the perspective from Maria as the senior leadership in the maritime industry, and now I would like to hear from Gina, because Gina is a young female professional, and as you hear before, she has achieved lots of achievements. And Gina, one question for you to start for today. Have you faced challenges in advancing professionally as a young female professional? Thank you.
Well, first thing, it's great to be still considered young and representing the young generation on this panel. I also want to say many congratulations for putting this together, Rara. I mean, it's a fantastic initiative. I'm truly humbled to be alongside fellow panelists, and of course the IMO for hosting us, and the Secretary General for being such a change champion, as he mentioned, in ILSW event. I could probably answer your question in 10 seconds if I face challenges for being a female, and the answer would be yes, I have, unfortunately. And if there's any female in the room, which I assume they're all quite high achieving and ambitious ladies here today, that hasn't, then stay with these people, keep them in your life, because you're truly blessed. Just a word of advice. But obviously, yeah, when I joined the shipping sector, 11 years ago, I was around 26 at the time. I joined in quite a senior role, but I was the only female in boards. I was the only female, well, one of the very few females in committee meetings or conferences. So it was quite daunting, and it's probably one of the reasons, that I'm such a passionate advocate of WISTA. Because I was so demotivated at the time, because imagine now going in as the only female on a board and talking to technical departments and trying to tell them, give them legal advice, it was quite, I wasn't exactly received with open arms and a smile. So it was quite challenging. It took double the effort and the work. If it wasn't for WISTA, I wouldn't be here. I mean, in the first few months, I was so demotivated. I actually felt there was no place for me in this industry, which is quite sad thinking about it. And somebody told me there's this association for women in shipping. I'm like, right, there's women in shipping. Where are they? Take me there. So I went to this event, and it was a who's who event. I was quite late. Traditionally, I'm Greek. Sorry, that happens. So I stood in the back, and the ladies were standing up. There were around 22, 23 ladies back in Cyprus, and they were saying who they were, what they did, a bit about themselves. And it was just such a life-changing moment for me, because I thought, okay, all of these incredible women, they've been in the industry for so many years doing incredible stuff. There is definitely a place for me here, and here we are, 11 years down the line. So WISTA has been so paramount in that journey. But just, I think, to put into context, and this isn't a short story I've widely shared before, but to put into context how difficult it is for a female young professional trying to especially advance in her career. I was working for this company. I was in the 4th year working for them, and I had set up, the legal department and done everything that had to be done. But being blessed to have been core industry, I really took an interest in the actual operations of the company, even pursued an MBA to kind of go in a more commercial direction. And there was an opening coming up for a commercial manager, so I talked to the CEO, who was the line manager, and said, I'd be really interested to transition now from the legal into this. And he looked at me and went, nonsense, you can't be our commercial manager. And I said, okay, why not? And he was like, well, you can't take the clients to strip clubs because you're a woman. And that's where the best deals happen. So, yeah, it's a reality. Females do face challenges in this sector. I think we're quite blessed now to be in an era where we're getting so much support from the industry and from associations to WISTA. I think we're going to be talking a bit later on how, to overcome those challenges, but it does take putting in double the effort for women and really keeping yourself motivated to keep going on. I mean, I could have easily left the sector 2 months down the line, and now, here I am being here, which is so, surreal and an exceptional honor. So it's about that perseverance, but it's a true fact, unfortunately. It happens.
Thank you, Gina. And that is actually my next question to you, because I cannot separate my first question and my second question. And how did you finally overcome the challenges, and what should happen to allow opportunities for female professional in this case? Thank you.
So I think what happens here when we're talking about breaking down those barriers, it's down to 2 things essentially. One, we are in quite a male-dominated industry, and most boards are primarily male. There may be a woman nowadays, but that's how they've learned to work. Rather, they've learned to work in a specific way. The story I mentioned was, of course, an extreme situation, but most of them also don't have the know-how to support, talent and women, or they've been working in such a way that they haven't stopped to think, okay, how do we do this? How do we fix this problem? And I've also encountered in my professional career CEOs asking me, I've got a daughter and I would never want to think that I'm discriminating, but what do I do? Do I just take women and put them on the board? Surely that's not how it works. So it's very much about, resetting that mindset on a board level and kind of creating those communication paths, and mentorship is so important to create a safe space where women can actually say, that's where I want to be in 5 years, how do I get there, and not feel that they're being judged or have no support in that path. But that's the one thing, and when it came to me at least, the second thing that needs to be done to overcome challenges, it also comes down to us. So when I realized that the only thing that I could really control was how I worked on myself and how I invested of myself. And it was a challenge realizing that and, coming to terms with it, because I am a bit of a control freak, so it was difficult. But you do realize that, that's the only thing that I can do from my side. So I put a lot of effort into investing in myself, and you'd always find me reading personal development books. Today's World Book Day, so we may or we may not have a surprise at the end of today, so stay tuned. Listening to podcasts, really developing your skills, working, on your discipline and your perseverance. And two other things that have been very helpful for me is, so the one is obviously working a lot on building up your confidence and your resilience, and the only way you can do that is pushing yourself out of your comfort zone daily and continuously, because exposure is the number one thing, right, to become more confident. When you're trying to learn, for example, a new language, they tell you the best way to do it is go to that country and stay there for a few months, or find a partner also, ideally, to learn the language quicker. And that's, how it is with building resilience and confidence. You need to put yourself out there, put yourself in those settings. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to cry. You're going to pick yourself up. You're going to learn, and you get there quicker, to be fair. And also in that respect, I'm also quite a big believer. So starting off my career, I heavily relied on the opinion of others acknowledging me. Coincidentally, I was quite passionate about youth empowerment, so I created this radio show at the time, then podcast, where I was interviewing people from the industry. And I was very passionate to inspire the youth from it, so I was using my social media to promote that platform. And I heard a lot of criticism from people saying, oh, she's self-promoting herself and she's this and that. Until this one day when this person tapped me on the back, and in Posidonia, I'll never forget it, and it was a young student, and said, oh, because of your podcast, I'm now studying shipping. And that was, that happened the second time and a third time. I did that for another purpose, but then I realized how important it is to also, be your best cheerleader, because if you're not your best cheerleader, then nobody else will be.
Thank you, Gina. That is very inspiring. Be your best cheerleader. I agree with that.
It took time to get there.
Yes. I would like to turn my next question actually to Peter. And Peter, you have supported women through your career at Sailors Society and in Mercer too. What has been your actual motivation, and what can we do more to support women at work?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me as the token male on the panel today. Appreciate that. I'd like to reflect on the video in terms of motivation. And because I'm on the board of the WMU, I'll focus on what Faith said. Faith is the epitome of a modern woman. She's ambitious, she's driven, and she is learning, and she will meet so many people at the WMU in our industry and spread the word. If we as an industry don't tap into that resource, that pool of ambitious women today, then shame on us. That's my motivation. There is no real difference. We talk about seafarers. That's true. That's what we should be looking at. And education is extremely important. And in order to change things, education is a fantastic tool. At Inmarsat, we sponsor the Maiden Factor. It's a foundation, and it's an all-female crew that sails around the world. And when they come into port, they work with local communities. And their goal is to educate a girl, change the world. Their vision is that every girl should have a minimum of 12 years education, so that they can see and aim for their dreams. And this industry, which, as you can see, I'm pretty passionate about, is an amazing industry with so many different areas. And it's that they can take a role in. And we should not be neglecting them. We should be open about that. And that's why we need this transparency, we need this voice, and we need action to move forward. There's a McKinsey report, which is Women in Work, which actually identifies that if you have a diverse workforce, if you have gender equality, your company will financially improve. It's collaborated evidence. So we have to make change, that's for sure. And actually, investors these days are pretty prudent now. They're looking for companies that invest in with that equality. And whilst I know we're talking about Women's Day, I'm talking also about any of the groups which effectively are underrepresented, in all fairness, because that is the same principle. So there is a lot for us to do, but there is change. And one of my favourite quotes is from Buddha, which is, change is not painful. It's not painful. So we need to get moving with this. And education, I believe, is one of the key aspects of making sure we as an industry change ourselves. And listen, my job, sitting here as a privileged white male, is not to tell you what to do. I can listen and I can influence. And I would challenge everybody in this room as stakeholders in the industry to listen to what you've heard today and just to make a little thought yourself, what am I going to do different tomorrow? You're not going to get off easy. There's some work for you to do. But that's how it works. If you want to make change, we all need to collaborate and we all need to have a voice, because that voice is strong. That transparency around voice will influence the direction we're going. So let's continue the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. So transparency, voice, action, and change. Speaking about action, IMO Gender Network. My question for Fatima as the representation of IMO Gender Network here with us. IMO Gender Network has been playing the active role since its establishment. Could you share with us what has been done and the priority areas of IMO Gender Network?
Thank you. I think throughout this conversation, we've all mentioned how male-dominated the maritime industry is, how we have struggled coming from Gina's perspective to yours, and all the things that we've talked about on how women have struggled to either get some form of equality, just feel represented, or not be discouraged by being in an industry that is so male-dominated. I remember in 2019, when the World Maritime Team became empowering women in the maritime community. I remember sitting right there at my city from Liberia when the IMO decided that, based on this theme, they're going to jump on it and say, preserving the legacy of the World Maritime Theme. They were now going to aim at achieving a barrier-free working environment for women. We all sat there listening to all these conversations, even participating in them, as to how we could relate to it, how it affected each and every one of us, and how we felt, even doing the day-to-day work that we did. After that meeting, we all, during coffee breaks, just talked about it and said, you know what, we're going to do something, we're going to form a network that we can support each other, because we have shared views, we have shared experiences, and that's how the IMO Gender Network was formed. When we formed that over the years, we have been key in building a community that promotes the consideration of gender perspective on safety, environment, security, to facilitate maritime trade. In all of these conversations, we want to ensure that women were represented. Women did not feel like they needed to quit their jobs like Gina wanted to, or not work here because they felt like they did not belong. We also decided to form a group where we meet on a regular basis and then share best practices, how you did it, how someone else did it, how I could benefit from what they all did. Whilst doing that over the years, we decided if you've been able to do it for years, I should not have to struggle or walk down the same path that you did. So let's do something. Let's have a mentorship program. When you refer to the fact that you enter a room of women giving their perspective, we all realized that at one point in our career, if we were seen in a space where we saw women doing what we wanted to do, we felt inspired, and the mentorship program was born. We decided to go back to the schools. IMLI, we started with IMLI, where girls from IMLI who were doing either maritime law or the humanities were paired with the SG, say for example, and they could have an insight. They could ask questions. They could say, oh, I know I want to be in the maritime industry, but maybe I can't swim. I can swim, and I can't be a seafarer. What else is there to do? Then I can look up to someone else and say, oh, she's a lawyer, and she's in the industry, so I can stay here, and I can speak, so I can be a lawyer. And we can all learn from various. This program has been very, very successful. We did it with IMLI, and then we moved to WMU. Now we have the 2 universities paired with professionals, not just from delegations, but from the Secretariat itself to IOPC Fund, and every aspect we're trying now to incorporate, including the Palace Association we've reached out to, and they've been very keen in doing that as well. We have also been able to propose the award program, where this award, before you start shouting, is not only going to be given to women, but it's going to be given to anybody who is so keen in promoting gender equality and inclusion. We can sit here all day long and talk about how good it is to have women on board. If we do not work in doing, like actually making it possible, creating safe spaces where a woman can be able to have her family and work balance, because whether we like it or not, we are the mothers. We still have another aspect of our life that we need to pay attention to. So it becomes tricky. We need to create these spaces in order to do that. And the people who are going to participate or help us in creating these spaces, we feel like maybe we should recognize them. So the IMO Gender Network decided to put into place an award, to introduce an award that will be given to male or female, anyone whose work have shown to be gender inclusive. They're encouraging diversity. They're creating safe spaces for women. They're making sure our women who are in the maritime industry are protected and they feel safe in working in it. We can award you. We feel like this is an incentive, so to speak, because not just maritime, every aspect of professional life is highly male-dominated. And in order for us to break through these spaces, we need to be able to do things, not just speak or have these panel discussion where we write policies and nobody can implement it. So if you're implementing it, we want to be able to recognize you. So we've been able to do that as well. We've been able to advocate for effective policies to remove barriers and enhance the participation of more women. For example, we are all aware that only 20% of the national maritime authorities are women. You go to work and some departments, nobody looks like you. You're there, you're like, should I speak now or should I wait? If we can encourage our national maritime industry to say, hey, start the conversations, let's talk about it, let's ensure that women feel safe in coming to work here, or let's have data that collect why are women not in this department? Do they feel safe? What's going on? And these data should not just be there for record purposes, but they should actually we should come back and check, okay, last year we had 2 women in this day. Why did one drop? Is it because she's not being promoted? Why wasn't she promoted? Is she not up to the task? Is she working as hard as her male counterpart? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying just put women in spaces because you want the numbers. To me, if you do that, you will be going against all the things that we're advocating for. Because if you put me in a space where I cannot perform, it goes back to the point like, you see, that's why we don't hire women. But there are women who are performing, and if they are, they should not have to receive lesser pay or not get promoted just because of the fact that you're a woman. I've gone to an interview where a man, after everything, asked me a question like, just one more question. Do you have children? I found the question very insulting, and I think it just took me away from the whole interview. I'm like, why do you ask? I'm here at the final stage of this interview with another person. Did you ask him whether he has children or whether he's married or whether he has responsibility? Oh, no, but he has someone at home who will do this. I want to know how it's going to affect your work. Can your company put mechanisms in place that I don't have to be asked that question? If you've seen my CV and you've seen that I can do this work that I've been able to perform, can you put something in place that gives me the opportunity to perform this work and still have a balanced life? Why should I be punished just because I'm a woman? These are some of the discussions that IMO Gender Network have been participating in, and we have been able to have, because we are a network of people from different countries, is more effective because I can go back to Liberia and say, this is the conversation that's going, you better come up to speed or else, it's not good for your country. And someone else can go to Panama or to as far as Saudi Arabia, and these conversations becomes like international. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Fatima. That is actually a very inspiring. And if I may follow up with a question, because you mentioned the achievement of IMO Gender Network. What has been the challenge for IMO Gender Network? Thank you.
So the challenges for IMO Gender Network is pretty much the same as the challenges for women networks everywhere. I refer to the fact that we still struggle with our work-life balance. We are women. In as much as we want to have all these things that we talk about, we still have obligations, some more than others, based on the country that you're from and all of that. So even having the conversation itself, you have to take into consideration an international array. Like the problem is not I can have this conversation in Liberia and we'll be having a conversation with one ethnicity and one group of people who have the same way of life. But when I'm having this conversation in a space such as IMO Gender, it is a conversation where I need to take into consideration how life is if I'm from Iraq, or if I'm from Panama, or if I'm from Liberia, the diversity of it all. It comes back to the same old problem that we're facing that, yeah, we are women and we have the same problem, but some more than others. How do we navigate it? How do we come to package it in a way that we can sell it to our male counterparts and it makes sense? That, and even though we've had the mentorship program where we are mentoring other people, it's funny that we that are already part of the network, some of us even need the mentorship because we're the one, like someone, a mentee once called me and was asking me certain questions. I'm like, I may have to go and check with someone to answer you because I'm having the same issue right now. And how can we've been trying to see, okay, even though we're already here and we are members of this network, we're providing all of this because we're solving the problem of the generation to come, who's solving the problems for us. Now, some of us we're not at the peak of our careers yet. We're in our early 30s and late 20s and those kinds of things. So we are also in dire need of the mentorship program. We've been privileged enough to have like a good working relationship with Secretariat so far. We constantly have to push to say, we want this, we want this, we want this. And I'm glad that SG's here. He's been the Secretariat itself has been, very welcoming, and we appreciate that. We see the numbers, we see your progress. I'm not going to sit up here and say, no, 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 no. Yes, we started with a certain number of staff that we wanted in certain places, and we've seen the growth, and we are very appreciative of that.
Thank you, Fatima. So, Looking forward to the future, Maria, if I may return to you. What is the main message you would like to share with us today here from your career journey that will help maritime female professionals to advance?
Well, in the humoristic point, look forward that there will be no more commuting. I came this morning and I said to my husband, I couldn't do this again for 30 years. 2 trains, 1 tram and a bus. So in a point of to look forward that when you are retired, you don't have to commute. The lesson learned, I also have some bullets for you. I hope I don't bore you with them. Always believe in yourself and in your abilities. Be confident in your skills and knowledge. Don't be afraid to speak up and take on new challenges. Because men want to know they are men. And you have to tell them what you want, otherwise they will not understand what you want unless you speak up. I'm sorry, Paul.
Of course.
But you have to tell them what you want, so don't be afraid to speak up. Women can be very good at their jobs, but sometimes it is double difficult, and we need to prove that we are good at our job. Women are hardworking, and we are willing to go the extra mile to do a good job. Women are used to balance work and family. Now, with 3 grandchildren, if somebody comes and tells me, 20 years, 30 years ago, do you have children? I would have said, and a good nanny and grandparents that they look after them. So in that case, don't you worry about that. If there is a problem, my husband can also give me a hand. And you shut up, the poor man. That's as simple as that, because it's the same way that he asks you, do you know how to cook? No, so how you are going to feed your husband? That sort of way. So just you have to take things with humor. I think that's the best way to get out of this situation. Women master emotional intelligence. Therefore, it is easier for us to deal with people, with public, with problems. We are used to conflict with sister, brothers, father, mother, so it's easier for us to talk. Networking and building a strong relationship with mentors and peers, what you were mentioning, can also be incredibly valuable in advancing your career in the maritime industry. This is very important. People do not like to listen to the old grandfather telling their own little battle, but listen to mature shipping people. Their knowledge, old masters, the old Indian masters, they are fantastic. Listen to them. Their knowledge is not found in any textbook or master or post-grade courses, but in their living experiences. Their knowledge and experience are a treasure. Learn from them and use it. Listen and help colleagues, like you were also saying when you go in. The knowledge sharing and professionalism broke barriers. Over 2 decades ago, in London, we had a little network. Bahamas, Barbados, Cyprus, and Panama, and few others, registries. We worked together, helping with this network to solve our problems. We were not a board of registry. We were not we were not interested in having a work competition. We were trying to help. And this attitude was a winner and benefit the client. Because if a client is coming with a ship from Panama, going to Liberia, and he needs a paper, I call you and I say, Fatima, the paper is ready, but the ambassador cannot sign because he's in a meeting. So please take this, take it a stamp in blank. As soon as she comes, I give it to you. Please accept it. and you will go ahead and you register a $20 million mortgage. Otherwise, the whole thing falls. So that network that you were telling is so important. So these are my sort of main takeaway points. On my wall in the consulate, I had a poster who was from the 70s from Panama, from the Ministry of Finance. And the poster said, if you do not solve the problem, you become part of the problem. And this has been my mission for 40 years. Try to solve the problem because I didn't want to be the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Those bullet points, I have it with me as well. It's very inspiring, and I still remember yesterday when we had our wrap-up meeting. Maria said to me, "Rara, you have your mission, my dear."
Yes.
And I take that with me to my heart.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, my next question actually is for Gina, because we have listened from Maria the advice for young female professional, the points that we can take forward. And for Gina, what do you think young people can contribute to this holistic effort to support gender equality and women environment?
The fantastic advice, I would say, actually, from Maria. Tell men what you want because they can't know. It's definitely a key takeaway of the day. On the role of young people in shipping, as long as people know my career in shipping, I've always been a very passionate advocate and very involved with onboarding youth to shipping because we do have a talent problem. Unfortunately, we don't present. We're one of the most fascinating industries in the world, but unless you're in it, you don't know. Even from myself, I remember I did my master's in maritime law, but until I was blessed to join an owner at the beginning of my career, until I walked in and I saw the ships and I saw this interactive map and where the vessels were and what they were carrying, you don't actually quite get it. So I think we're going through this transformational change where we're seeing new technology, new fuels, we need innovation, we need solutions to get to those sustainability development goals, to get to the IMO policies and agendas, right? And you really do need the best brains on board and attracting them to this industry and also retaining them to contribute to this industry. And that's so important. And I also think equally important, as Maria said, is talking to the older generations to share their knowledge, but we also need to be hearing what the youth have to say in this journey, because they're actually the people who can sustain this industry, right? Because all of us will probably won't be here in decades' time. So that's the next generation, and it's up to them to keep this industry, which is so crucial to the world, joining. And this is another interesting story I experienced in the summer. Actually, I was invited to talk at this roundtable. And I was saying, we're all discussing what the fuel of the future will be. And yes, that's very important. But the fuel of the future is actually its people, whether seafarers or the people ashore. And we really need to be changing and shifting that mindset and that gap between leadership and the younger generation and hearing what they want to be happy in our industry, whether they're on board or they're ashore. It's very important to understand how we can attract them. And one of the fellow panelists or speakers at this roundtable turned around and told me, I don't think that's true. I don't think we're in the industry that we are. We support the world and we don't need to put in the extra effort to attract talent. A lot of people said that the tobacco industry would never survive, and it's thriving. After I overcame the shock of why he was comparing shipping with the tobacco industry in any way, I told him, with all the respect, this is an industry which leads the world. It makes the world go round. To make it sustainable, to keep it sustainable, we need the best minds, the best talent on board. And I think that's probably quite different from the tobacco industry. But I think the role of youth in this journey and how we're transforming it is so important. And I also believe that it's very important for us as an industry to step up. And today probably is a great forum, having so many member states here, for all of you to inspire and like share that narrative. I think it's very important for people outside this industry, especially the youth, to see what we're all about. I'm personally so overwhelmed with joy to see the new Secretary General being so active on social media also. And, you know, like a few weeks ago, he was on board the icebreaker Polaris. And these are things which will really pique the attention and the interest of people and talent to really want to be a part of the solution, right? And move away from the fact that what they believe us to be the most polluting industry in the world, which isn't true. So they need to be seeing this excitement, what we're doing about it, what our role in the society. Is a very purpose-driven generation. It has a lot to offer our industry. We need it for sustainability. We have a duty to sustain the industry sustainable, so it's key to be attracting and retaining talent. And coming back on the note, you know, especially when it comes to female talent, again, role models, seeing that narrative, communicating that message, which I encourage all states to be doing, you know, having visible brand ambassadors. And they don't necessarily have to be a part of the minority or always have to be female. They just need to be change agents for our industry. That's paramount. So when people, you know, actually say, oh, we need to attract more females to the industry, especially when we're talking about seafarers, because we have a shortage of seafarers. We don't need to attract more women to the industry because there's a shortage of men. We need to attract more women to the industry because there's a shortage of talent. And I think the sooner we understand that and start working towards it, the quicker we're going to reach those goals. And really, you know, this is a great opportunity and a great time to reset the story of this industry and put it on the forefront and shed, you know, the light that it truly deserves and showcase to the world how we contribute and really be the choice, the preferred choice of young talent to be a part of this mission that we're on.
Can I challenge you one point?
Yeah, sure. Yes. I hope you're not going to say the tobacco industry again, because I'm already...
I'm going to challenge you in one point. Many years ago, WISTA came by ship, and we did a pop box, and we stopped people on the street about shipping and highlighting shipping, and nobody knows. They don't think shipping is invisible. So when you mention about why do we have to attract more women to shipping because we don't have women, yes, because we don't have women, but because these women do not know that they can be seafarers. Exactly. So you have to actually target them and tell them, look, girls, if you want a good career, etc., 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 you can take the sea and you can encourage them that way. Not because they are women, but because those women do not know that they can be seafarers.
That they have an
that
option.
Will be my point to mention.
100%. Actually, I'm quite glad you mentioned that point, because generally also talking about seafarers, and I say this a lot in different forums and wearing my ESG hat, we've always had this notion in shipping also to like separate the seafarers and the people on shore. That's not how it works anymore. We need to be going to schools and to universities and whatever and telling females and both males, of course, that this is an option. And no, it's not this, you know, terrible profession. It has its challenges, very specific challenges that we need to be working as an industry to support. But you know, it's a very fulfilling also profession. There's other thing that it can offer, and whether you're a female or a male or whatever your gender or you identify to be as, there is a place for you there. But yeah, from that one thing I also want to say, I think another call to action that speaks to me is like for companies to understand your people ashore and on board should be one. Especially the younger generation, they want equal things, right? They also want soft skill training. They also want team building activities. They also want to have a career progression and path. So we also need to be giving people that option, male and female, because with females especially, it's a big thing also, your career advancement. Even if I know that I can go on board, how long will I be able to do that? Once I have a family, I probably have to come ashore. So yeah, I think it's quite important for us to start merging and breaching that gap and sharing and approaching rather this shortage and this issue in a very different mindset and a very different approach.
Thank you, Gina, and thank you, Maria, for the intervention. Very interesting. And I would like to take a phrase that Gina mentioned in her explanation: to attract the best talent and sustain it as the fuel of the future. And my next question will be to Peter. In the context of invest in women, in which area do you consider we should all invest more, including identifying and accessing them?
So I think a lot of the themes that have come through today kind of resonate with my kind of take on this. We've heard a lot about mentoring, but the concept of reverse mentoring is really important. Jean, you kind of came across that in terms of your experience and knowledge of the world is completely different to mine. And everybody has a bias. I have a bias. We all have a bias. Tomorrow, we will do exactly the same as what we did today because we were happy doing it. If you want to have change, you need to understand what is changing. The people that are coming into our industry, the young, I'm told Gina's the young, I'm the old, I have a lot to learn from them because, yes, I'm an influencer and I'm a stakeholder in this industry and want to change it, but I shouldn't be relying on my experience, which was 35 years ago when I was at sea. That's changed. The world has changed. A lot has changed. And this is, Gina is the future. I am not the future. I need to prepare our industry for the future for Gina. So the voice is important and the education. Yes, I would love to share my experience, but I would also like to learn from those that are coming into industry. What needs to change? What is it that I can do to nurture a fantastic future for the likes of Gina and Faith and people like that we've seen on there? I believe, yes, there's not so much kind of public view of our industry, but there are women who want to come into our industry. So let's make it right and let's make it that they will follow us in that direction. There is no silver bullet. There never is in change. That's for sure. But together, collectively, we can encourage and, as I say, foster and nurture an environment where more women will come in. I think it's been said today that women are very good at talking. You will spread the word. It will get out there. Once you know there is a good industry here, it will get out there. So let's create that kind of grassroots new world and allow us, in terms of that mentoring program, to learn from both ways. And I think that's probably one of the best ways we can move forward. I'd also like to pick up on what Gina said. There is this concept of what's called the bottom rung. So getting into an industry for a woman is really difficult. Being promoted in an industry is even harder. Mm-hmm. It's visible, it's known, it's measured, it's a true bias. Culturally, or whatever you want to say, socially, it's there, and we need to break that down. We most certainly need to break that down. There's no person that comes into shipping as a career that wants to stay where they are. Everybody wants to progress. That's the way of the world. And we need to make sure that it is equal. If we are going to do diversity, equity, and inclusion, we need to make sure that we stand by those words and the actions that are behind them and break down that biggest barrier, which is allowing women to enter an industry and then get promoted in that industry. I said it in my notes to you, women don't need fixing. Women are fantastic. You've seen it. They're great. They're brilliant. We just need to make sure we nurture a way for you to be part of our industry. and it takes effort. And that's why I look to people in the room. It's not just the people here, or we can't just say to Arsenio, it's your job. It's not. It's everybody's job. We are all a stakeholder, and no matter what we do, small or large, let's make sure that this is an agenda item that we support and get behind. And that way we will, over time, break down those barriers. I truly believe.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter.
Can I quickly add something on what Peter said?
Yes.
Very, very briefly.
Okay.
Because he made a very good point, especially at the bit. Well, all of the points were great, actually, music to my ears. But the point about really listening to the youth, and probably, you know, also the women, and understanding in order to bridge that gap, that's exactly the mindset that we're looking for. Because I won't lie, most of the people are just not, you know, don't have that understanding. It's not that they want to discriminate, or, you know, it's actively something they've decided to do in their life. It's just about that communication stream and breaching that gap. So exactly that mindset that we need in the industry.
Thank you, Gina, and thank you, Peter. I can feel the energy, although you sit a little bit in the corner there. Speaking about bullets, I know IMO Gender Network has prepared several bullets in this case, and for the future. And I would like to hear from Fatima. How do you see IMO Gender moving forward for the future?
Thank you. In IMO Gender, one thing we've always strived to do is to promote the visibility of women. We continuously want to try to make the women that are in this industry as visible as possible, highlight their achievements. You cannot encourage another female to come into an industry where she see a woman who's been working the same thing, like Peter was saying. Nobody comes to work to stay in the same place over and over, of course, unless you're not motivated. And there are employees who are not motivated and stuff. We're not talking about those ones. But when a woman comes into a sector, be it as a seafarer, a lawyer, or engineer, whatever she chooses, when they achieve, we don't want to be silent about it. We want to ensure that she gets as much visibility as she's supposed to get, to encourage other women to do the same, to say that, okay, this is a very attractive industry. Look at this woman. She started here as a clerk, and now she's a senior vice president or something based on the hierarchy of the company. We want to promote this visibility for women. We also want to make sure we're advocating and supporting policies that have been put on the floor to promote women's participation and visibility within the industry. We don't want to come and we all say, oh, I am a member of IMO Gender, or I am a feminist, or whatever nomenclature people choose to give themselves. But then when a discussion comes to actually make a policy as to how women can benefit or be visible or erase gender bias, you're quiet. You don't say anything. In fact, some people, they leave the agenda item, and this is one part that I'm sorry, but I must say all the way to the last, and it's like, the last thing on the agenda now. It shouldn't be the last thing on the agenda. We want it to maybe be the first or in the middle, or just as important as, it shouldn't be a miscellaneous agenda. It is something that is very important. So let it be in a position where we have ample time to actually discuss it and not just pass on it. And these policies that we will implement, we want to be able to take it back to our various administrations and make sure they're implemented. We also want to push for more education and training. We were reaching out not just now to WMU and IMLE. We have a new program in place where we intend to reach out to the schools within the borough, because we find out that the students who are at WMU and IMLE, they already have a mindset that they're coming into this industry. How can we now start the conversation among the young ones who are in high school? Go to the career day programs and tell them, hey, there's an industry that exists and it's attractive. These are the women that work there. This is what we're doing. Maybe if you're going into this thing, is there a way that, oh, I didn't know about it? How can we engage people, maybe just in the borough of Lambeth, we've reached out to these schools, and over the next few months, we should be going out there to host a program or wait for their career day program in order to tell them what IMO Gender is doing and how best we can spread the word so that from high school they can go to university hoping to come into the industry. We also want to improve on the networking opportunities. Like you said, networking is very important. I found that to be true over the last couple of years when we had, shipping is international in nature. A ship calling out a port or so, once they mention a country, like I know someone from there, it helps. It eliminates the whole idea of researching. It's time wasted when I can actually take a phone and call someone and say, hey, this is what's happening. Can you put me in touch with the right person? It helps us get our jobs done easily. So we are pushing to make sure that women have the right network that they can leverage in the performance of their jobs. We also want to try and address these barriers faced by women. When we have these conversations, what issues are you facing right now? Because as we go ahead on time, new issues will come up. There will be new challenges. Maybe we've overcome this other one. No one's paying you less than your counterpart now, but maybe you're not getting maternity leave, or if you go, you get fired, or you like laid off, or you come back and they say, oh, there's been a gap. And so how can we address these new issues that are coming up? Have these discussions on a regular basis to know that they exist and how we can address them. And we also want to measure progress. At the beginning, when I was asked about challenges, I mentioned the fact that we've seen a level of progress being made. We want to know that 2 years ago, there were 1.2% seafarers. In 5 years, can we go back to this table and say, is it still 1.2%, or we're still using the old statistics? We just don't want to have conversations over and over. We want to say, hey, yes, we see that in this particular industry, it was 1%, now it's gone to 5%. Let's give praises where praises are due, so that it's not like we're just asking, and not measuring progress. We want to measure progress and say, yes, we did this. We put this policy in place and it worked. So the number of women have gone from 1.2 to 5% to 10% to 20%, and we commend that. So that's where we're looking right now.
Thank you, Fatima. So we have now listened to the speakers' insightful perspective related to our theme today. And I have taken note of several key points from experience, overcoming challenges, and what can we do in the future, highlighting the mentorship, education and training, and also the highlight of the role of the young people and moving forward with this common effort. And I would like now to turn to the next session for Q&A, but looking at the time, I'm afraid I can only take only one round session and for only a few questions. We actually have a surprise from Gina. So for this Q&A, the speakers would like to give a book titled "Nice Girls Still Don't Get the Corner Office" for the prize for the best question. But I'm afraid, because we are now involving prize, I'm afraid I have to exclude the Secretary General and the directors from receiving the prize. Secretary General, the speakers will have a prize for the best question, but I'm afraid I have to exclude you and the directors. Thank you. So,
just to clarify, it's one of the best books I've read. It's really good tips on overcoming imposter syndrome, which is a big thing in females and also males, actually. So it's a great read anyhow. So, yeah.
Thank you. So, if you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand and please mention your name and organization and also whom you like to pose your question to when you deliver the intervention. I have two questions. Can I take the first question? Nina, please.
Hi, thank you very much for the panel, for the excellent speech. My question is to Gina. How do you believe that the maritime sector can further support and empower women to pursue leadership roles? Thank you.
This is a challenging one, but thanks for the question. And I do get asked a lot and have thought about it a lot. I think what the IMO has been doing since 2017 was the Empowering Women theme. 19, okay, sorry, I took it a bit earlier, has really shifted the dynamic on the conversations that we're having, and companies are paying, attention. And I think the more forums like this that we have, the more pressure also the private sector is having, but also from a policy side of view, obviously things like the gender pay gap are something that's very important and we should be tackling, of course. And I also believe, not so much on a policy level, but that companies and on board level, they should really be, trying to get some education on things like maybe unconscious bias, also understand a bit better how they can build those communications and mentorship schemes within their organizations as an industry to help women, say where they want to go and facilitate their transition to these roles. And of course, when it comes to bringing initially women into the industry, things like the network and going into schools and university and really, telling women that this is an option for you and we're here to support you. Making that commitment, but also, of course, not just words, walking the talk, which is why we're really blessed. I think we have a Secretary General who is truly walking the talk already in his very short tenure. So I think this is probably the best way that we can achieve that.
Thank you, Gina. Can I take the next question, please?
Thank you. I'm Siti from Indonesian Embassy, and I would like to thank IMO for organizing this event. I feel honored to be part of the event. I would like to address the question to Ms. Maria, who has experience in maritime industry for more than 40 years. As the Secretary General mentioned in his speech that women who work in maritime authorities only about 20%, and women seafarers is even less than that. And it makes me wonder, in the practice in maritime industry, do women and men who have the same position receive the same salary and incentive? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siti.
Thank you very much. I have the latest statistics from Panama given to me last night by the Secretary General of the Maritime Authority. In the registry, there is 1,678 workers, of which there are 731 women, which means the 43% of the registry of Panama are women. They are no drivers, they are people in office, clerks, even directors of department. It's not just low paid. So it is bigger than that. That what is normally says on the overall global statistics. Equal pay in government tends to be the same because it's leveled by many of them by United Nations or by the salary scales given by the Ministry of Treasury of each country. So it's not really much we can say about that in comparison to the private industry that it comes with the demand and offer, And it depends how good you are, you will earn more, but if you go to somewhere and you are not good, you will earn less. The salary between man and woman is, again, something that it shouldn't happen. But I was not long ago watching a program about how the BBC started and how during the war, most of the heads of divisions and departments at the BBC in UK were women, and they had the same equal salary than men. The problem is when the men came back from war, the women came down in numbers and these jobs were given to women. to men. And one of the persons who was interviewed in the program said, and they will tell you, no, I'm sorry, you cannot get that job because you are a woman, those are for men. So if you can take that scenario and where are we now, the progress, as the United Nations has said in their manifesto that they want the gender to be equal for 2050, we are going slowly, but we need investments to create what we need and we want to achieve. So I hope this helps with your question, or you need something else?
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria.
Oh,
She is smiling, so I guess she's satisfied with the she's happy with the response. So I will take two. Oh, actually, we have more. I will take one question from the corner, one question for the from the center, and from the left corner, Togo, and. Please also mention to whom your question will be posed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Rara. My name is Stella and I work for the Secretariat. My question is primarily directed at Peter. Peter, you joked earlier about being the token man on the panel. Many of us are not unfamiliar with being either seen as tokens or feeling like tokens. What would you, in your capacity, say that you are doing to ensure that you encourage diversity without inadvertently opening the door to tokenism, which can do more harm than good?
A very good question. And it's not something to be taken lightly, to be quite honest. This is it's a very difficult subject to be. Are you either going to be discriminatory in terms of the change, or are you going to be open about the change? And whilst I champion very much diversity, and within Inmarsat we have a very, I would say, strong cultural drive towards diversity, and we do have, unfortunately, salary discrepancies. That's something that we are working on. Creating that change is, as I say, there's no silver bullet. I am championing within that cultural aspects everywhere in terms of our internal mentorship and the likes, that we have an open mind and break down the biases that I have myself, that I've inherited. I have to be effectively curious all the time, be open. And the only way I can be influenced in that is to listen. And going back to this aspect of listening, one of the reasons I'm an ambassador for the Sailor Society is because I get close to seafarers today. I can hear through the work that they're doing directly with the seafarers who are affected by the issues that we have in our industry everywhere, abandonments and legal issues and all those kind of things that affect seafarers and seafarers' families. That's what gives me the kind of knowledge about change. And this the aspect of women's change, I'm totally supportive of it and quite passionate about it, because I'm seeing it happen, but the pace of change is not enough. That's the reality. And whilst I live in a very developed country and we've got lots of legislation and things like that, I know it's not like that in a lot of parts of the world. So in order to change, this is why I come back to this getting the voice out there. You have to, I promote it and I want everybody else to promote it, because it's the only way we'll influence the change. And unfortunately, it will take time. And I apologise for that. I apologise for the history of and the legacy of where we've come from, but we all have to look for a brighter future, and that's what we need to get behind.
Thank you, Peter. I think I will take several questions at once before turning to the speakers for the response. I will take the ma'am, please.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Fatou Bensouda. I am the High Commissioner of the Gambia to the UK, and I have served also as immediate past Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. I happen to be a graduate of IMLI. Actually, I was one of the first batch that studied in IMLI. I think it was 1990. But what I noticed was that getting back home, the intention had always been to set up a maritime agency. It's now set up, but at the time I went back home, it wasn't. So in the end, I had to relapse to my normal work. I'm a lawyer, so I relapsed to being a prosecutor. At the time I studied in Emily, I think we were about 5 women, 5 girls. And checking with their own trajectory, I have not seen that any of them is in the maritime sector. And I wanted to find out whether there is anything being done to encourage, or at least governments, even governments and international organizations, to encourage them to take in these graduates of Malmo and IMLI and others, because I think it's critically important that there is some kind of a coordination, not only amongst yourself, but perhaps also the students who are coming out from institutions like IMLI to support them.
Thank you, ma'am. And may I know whom would you like to pose this question to?
To all of them.
Okay. Thank you. My next, I will take from Togo, please.
Thank you so much, Rara. You've been a really great facilitator, and I'm really actually proud because I've not had the opportunity to see you in this capacity. So well done to you, as well as our amazing panelists. And for me, it is a bit more of a comment. And it's just two small comments here that I thought was so well highlighted. And I just thought to bring this out to share with fellow women in the room. And, you know, one thing that I found so interesting was the characteristics necessary in order to persevere or to advance in your career on a personal level. And I totally agree with you. I guess I'm part of that group of young professionals. And for me, one thing I found is the practice of soft power, which is an international relations, concept. But I apply it on a personal level. Because for me, soft power is about quiet resilience. And that means sometimes negotiating difficult circumstances in places where you are not supposed to be seen. Visibility is so critical, but the reality is sometimes we're in a cultural space, a political space where we may not, or even a religious space where we may not be able to be seen. So how do you negotiate that? And I found that the panelists were able to express that well in terms of what Fatima said, how she responded to the interviewer, what Gina said, how she had to work on her personal development. Let me give you an instance. For example, I organized a meeting. I had to negotiate with a senior colleague and push him to have a meeting with another group I thought would be beneficial. The meeting was held this morning, but I was not there. Because sometimes you need to be unseen to push the work if they're not ready to accept you. And that is the sacrifice we make as women. Now, the second point, now that's moving from personal and we move on to what I would say, the more global level. And where Fatima and I come from, our part of the world, this inequality, when you are in an advanced country, it is complex because now you're talking about the gap, right? The gender pay gap, and how that affects maybe your income. But in our part of the world, we're talking about how it impacts our entire society, poverty, and overcoming the inequalities that are so deep. So this is something that I really hope that this panel is a panel meeting, but what I'm hoping is that recommendations can be sent to industry and to national governments. Because what has been discussed here is not just as simply we come, we speak, we go, but let us document this moment so that some of us can take this to our governments and show them when we're pushing for gender, why we have to push. Because for some of us, it's a survival for where we come from, what women are doing, multiple incomes to put their kids to school because this is what they want to champion. So just to say, if I can ask, that is actually my request, that this is documented so that some of us can take this back to our governments and share this with whoever can push this work on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephanie. And I'm afraid I couldn't take any more questions due to the time constraint, but we will have the opportunity to discuss later. And if I may turn to the podium, I think Maria would like to respond to the questions. Please, Maria.
I will respond to the visibility. You want to be visible? You have to say, I am Stephanie from Togo, or I am Stephanie, what is your surname?
Jani.
Jani. I am Stephanie Jani from Togo. So people will remember you are Stephanie Jani for Togo. You can just say, you sometimes ring on the telephone, who are you? Tanya, Sami, Tina, and that's it. And you never saw that woman again. So you, in order for you be visible, make yourself visible. We cannot make yourself visible. I had to make myself visible. When I started answering the phone in the consulate, I have to say, I'm Maria Dixon, I'm in the shipping department, what can I help you? If you need more help, call Maria or call Maria Dixon. So you have to, you don't need a manager, you are your own manager and you have to make yourself visible. When I came to WISTA, everybody knew Maria Dixon from the Consulate of Panama in WISTA. WISTA didn't make me. I opened my mouth and I broadcast to all the women in London that WISTA existed. So that's what you have to do. See something that you believe on, make yourself known wherever you work in your office. You say good morning to the man who opened the door on the car park. You say good morning to the man who opened. This is common sense in this part of the world, maybe. You see, and I imagine that in Africa will be the same because people tend to be more respectful. So yes, you make yourself visible to the man who cleans the floor, to the man in the cafeteria, and to the chairman. And then you are known, you have a vision, people see you, and from there you carry on. That was my secret. So you have to make yourself visible. Your boss or your cannot make you visible. It's you, yourself, your personality. If you don't know how to talk in public, you can read, in my times we used to read, I can't remember this man, Dale
Carnegie.
Pardon?
Dale Carnegie.
Carnegie, that's right. Dale Carnegie, you read that man and you go out to the floor. Do it yourself. You need a self-help book. Nobody's going to put you in a tray. Here is Stephanie. Go and see her. You go and go for yourself. Go and get it, girl. That's my advice.
Thank you, Maria. And I think Gina want to add just a little bit before we turn.
Yeah, I'll be very quick because we're majorly over on time, but there's a chapter on the book on visibility, but I'm sitting here thinking how blessed and lucky are we to be hearing this from somebody who's been in the industry for 40 plus years. It's so true, making yourself known. As she said, you make yourself, other people don't make you. But I will come back to what you said, and I appreciate and really do understand, because I have worked with developing countries and with countries which maybe it's not so easy in all the contexts, and it is important to keep yourself self-motivated to drive that work in the background. But 100% I would be on board on recommendations being put together after this panel, because it comes back to the question of what the maritime industry can do. And if there is that support, and of course it's endorsed by the IMO, it does make your job much more easier. But 100% what Maria says, I mean, you make yourself known. You need nobody's manager's approval. Trust me, that's also from my experience. Just be your best cheerleader. It comes back to being your best cheerleader also.
Thank you so much. And I think later...
I think I would just...
Oh, sorry.
Kept mentioning my name, and I do understand where you're coming from. I understand that the cultural dynamics from, especially where we're from as women, I remember growing up and being told women are seen and not heard. You're not supposed to speak. You're supposed to be quiet. You're supposed to be timid. You're supposed to be soft. You're not supposed to be aggressive and all of that. It is a cultural transformation. I would like to speak mostly to the part where you speak of recommendations coming from this panel to go back home. I'm glad you're here now, and the IMO Gender is here. You are free to affiliate with us. This is what we do. We ensure that everything that we get from plenary discussions we can put into policy documents so that we can take it back home to our various administration. We will appreciate you helping us have a reach in Togo, where you're from, and that is highly welcome. Like, if you want notes from this panel, we'll feel free to share it, not just with you, but with everyone else. That is the whole aim of all of this. The whole aim is to ensure that even the videos from this panel is shared back home, and we can spread the word, and we can tell somebody who knows somebody as to what's happening here. So it's not just a panel discussion, but it's mainly something that we can implement, that can affect us, that come all the way down to the level of the female herself, that she can have an impact. And it's not just something we sit here to just have a conversation because, oh, it's International Women's Day and we need to do something to commemorate it. That's not the case. We are here because we're truly passionate about it. And as you rightly say, it affects us on a daily basis. So all hands on deck, and you're no exception.
Thank you, Fatima. And we're going to have a final response from our panel today. Peter, please.
Well, yeah, very quickly. Change, as I said, change is not painful. The resistance to change is painful. That's the reality. And if you have concerns that it's difficult, then you're doing the right thing. Because if you want to make change, it will be difficult. So don't worry about the fact that you have to put effort into what you're doing to make that change, because that's the right thing to do. You're going the right way. And carry on.
Thank you, Peter. That is very empowering. That would conclude our Q&A session today, and our panel will have to discuss on who's going to be the winner for the prize. And I would like to thank to the panelists again and all of our audience today for your attention, as well as the questions. And let's give a big round of applause for the speaker and all of us here. Thank you. Now I would like to return the stage to our Master of Ceremony, Mariana. Mariana, I return the session to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rara. And let's hear again for our wonderful panelists and for our very engaged audience. And for the Secretary General for joining us in this session. I would like to inform you that the recording of the event will be available on the IMO YouTube channel. And before I close this event, I would like to invite you all to proceed to the Delegates Lounge for tea and coffee, and I hope we can continue our nice chat there. Once again, thank you for attending our event. And for tomorrow, I wish you a very thoughtful International Women's Day, and see you all at future IMO events.